Good morning, DevOps friends. Hello. I decided to do a co-working stream today. Last week there wasn't any because I was off. I was off to a strategy meeting with my business partner, and we had a great time. We had beautiful weather, so we did several multi-hour walks where we discussed all kinds of issues, and also we had a great hotel that allowed us to work undisturbed, still being cared for. It was very luxurious. I really enjoyed it, and we came back with lots of tasks and ideas and project sketches that I'm going to have to work on. And so I thought, yeah, okay, since I'm going to sit at my desk for quite a while today anyway, why not do a co-working stream? The weather outside is very rainy today, and it's going to be rainy for the rest of the day as well. So yeah, I'll be in this chair for a while and do my work, and I just would like to invite you to do work with me. We'll do Pomodoro sessions, 50 minutes of work followed by 10 minutes of break. And I'll take a lunch break in between as well. And let's see what we can do. And speaking of see what we can do, there is a task list on screen as well that you can use as well as me, and simply use the !suite command to get a few hints how it works. It's pretty easy. Use the !task command to add tasks to the task list, and then you can work on your work, and when it's done, well, you type in !done, and then we go on to the next task. And let's see who is the most productive here. Well, it's not a competition, is it? The main thing is to feel a little bit more motivation and accountability to do our work. It's oftentimes nice to see that other people are doing work as well. And so I hope this helps you a little bit too. It definitely does help me to have your company here. Even if you just lurk in the background, that's totally fine as well. So I'd say let's get going. I'll start the first Pomodoro round and start filling my task list, and then I'll be working on that, and we'll talk again in 50 minutes time. Of course, you can always pop into chat and type in there as well. I'll have an eye on chat and maybe write the occasional response as well. Okay, so let's get going. I'll mute myself and we'll go into the first Pomodoro round. Have fun. time. I have not finished my current task yet, so I can't check it off with exclamation mark done. But hopefully soon. Hello everyone. Hello Proxeus. Hello TLS Dev. How you doing? Nice of you to join us. Fudasnabel joining us as well. I know, I'm early. I am back from my strategy meeting last week. That's why I didn't do any streams last week, because I was on business travel. And I've come back with a shitload of tasks and ideas and projects that we need to get on the way. Shot of Code joining us as well. Hello. And so I thought, well, I need to wade through all kinds of inboxes and spawn projects and plan stuff and get a few things done to the finish as well. So why not do a co-working stream? Invite all of you over. Maybe you have something that you'd like to do as well, and you would enjoy the company just as I do. And we'll keep each other accountable and motivated that way. So yeah, I thought, yeah, it's early. It's even for Tuesday, where I have a regular stream. People have actually complained on Mastodon already that my streaming page says stream starting at 2, and it's half 11, and so yeah. I'm definitely early, but I thought, yeah, let's get some stuff done and let's have a little bit of company. That's the advantage I have as a live streamer, I guess. Fudasnabel asks, do you enjoy the synthwave aesthetics? I do enjoy synthwave music. The aesthetics are a little bit bland, I think. By now, it's just a lot of neon purple and other dark colors, and so it's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? It's not bad though, but I'm used to it. It's a very familiar look, and so yeah, I'll definitely check out your new shader. That's always a pleasure. Let me see. Oh yeah, okay. Started over here. Here's the familiar neon purple and neon cyan synthwave tunnel. Okay. I love all the mirror effects. That looks great. So let's put this over here. Why can't I close this tab? No idea. Okay, so just so that everyone can see it, I don't need to switch modes here a little bit. So that should do it. Look at that goodness. It's an awesome effect, I have to give you that. And again, this is all done with just a little bit of maths and a powerful GPU. Really nice. I should make this a streaming background or something. It does loop, doesn't it? You could even make it a short looping clip. Really nice. It's simple on one hand. On the other hand, it's really effective as an as an animation. Really nice. I'll set myself a bookmark for this. For some reason, my browser window doesn't react to any clicks anymore. Or at least not in the user interface. Does it react to key commands? Yes. Keyboard does work. How strange. Firefox, what you doing? Can I move this to my personal space? I can't even switch modes anymore. Does that apply to all my browser windows? I really don't want to have to restart Firefox. No, it's just that specific window, I guess. So, bookmark saved. And nope, this window does have difficulties, so let's try and exit that. I don't need it at all, I guess. Alright, so where am I? Yeah, so lots of stuff to do. Let me see. For example, it says, I enjoyed changing the graphics in each reflection. I'll have to have a closer look at these intricacies. Well done, definitely. All right, thanks for sharing. And so, yeah. Let me see where we are. So just to tell you a little bit about my strategy meeting last week, we met in a nice hotel in a more rural area, which meant that since holidays haven't started yet, we were basically on our own, and we did enjoy sitting outside of the hotel and getting our beers replenished and discussing there. We also did 2 extended hikes, not too difficult in terms of terrain, but we had a nice pace. We once did more than 12 kilometers in 2.5 hours of walking time. So net walking time, 2.5 hours for 12 kilometers. We did have a break in between. There was a nice little canal with spring water where you could hang your feet in, and I really enjoyed that. My feet were burning, and it was a nice break. Just sitting there chilling, actually chilling my feet because the water was really, really cold. And so yeah, we spent a lot of time discussing things, discussing all kinds of strategic issues like where can we cut costs, where can we raise revenue, what kind of product improvements can we do, how can we improve our collaboration within the team, all these things, and I made quite a bunch of notes that I'll still have to process, and that's what I'm basically going to do today. Create project stubs for stuff that we want to implement, get stuff underway in terms of cost cutting, where we spend money unnecessarily, maybe running 2 services at the same time that do the same thing, stuff like that. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing these things implemented, but in order to not get lost in all this stuff and not try to have too many plates spinning at the same time, which is always a recipe for disaster, I'd like to pour them into proper projects that we can then tackle one by one and get them to the finish line before we start the next one. And so, at the moment, organization structure is the main focus. And that's why I thought, let's do a organization co-working stream. And I'm happy that you're here with me. We're about to come to the end of this break. And I think I'm going to do another Pomodoro round, another 50/10, and then I'm going to take a longer lunch break, and then we'll come back and continue, I guess. That's what I'm going to do all afternoon. If you have any questions, if there's anything that you'd like to share, post it to chat, and I'll be having a look, an eye on chat as well. So that's definitely a way to have our conversation outside of these breaks. It's getting pretty warm again. It's not as rainy as I expected it to be, and as the forecast on my phone claimed it would be. Let's take a look. Well, there's still rain forecast. 100% for the next hour, and then gradually going down. So I guess there's going to be some more rain, but I just realized the window isn't as open as it needs to be, so let me fix that. Maybe a draft pushed it closed earlier. Let's let some fresh air in, because I'm at 27.5 degrees in my little office here, which is not cold. All right, so as you can see, there's a task list on the screen that you can use yourself. If you'd like to share what you're working on, use the !task command and add your stuff to the task list. You can even add more than one task, and it'll automatically manage a backlog for you. It'll always activate the latest task that you enter, but you can switch between tasks in your backlog. Simply use the !backlog command if you'd like to use this a little bit more sophisticated feature. Otherwise, simply add your current task with the !task command, and once it's finished, use the !done command to check it off. And hopefully we'll get a nice list of checked off tasks over time, and I'll do my best to contribute to that. So let's get ready to do another session. I'll open my planning tab group in my browser with Todoist and TickTick in it, and I'll be doing some pricing calculation for a new add-on for our hosting platform. Here's the signal, so let's do another round. Join me and have a lot of fun. All right, break time. Let's finish that cold tea. How is everyone getting along? Kettle is still heating. Yeah, I'll need mine, and I'll need to heat mine as well. But it's also 1 o'clock almost, so I think I'm going to take an extended lunch break. Half an hour or so. And we'll continue after that. And for that, I'll have to set up a lunch break visualization. Give me a second here. How am I going to play this? Okay, that was a total pilot error. Misclicked. Okay, so, Okay, that's set up. Still working on my pricing strategy. Dialing these things in is quite the challenge. Because, yeah, the pricing in the industry for typical services like a database, like a memcache instance and things like that, is all over the place. Hey RC, why didn't we get an alert? Let's check that too. Should have gotten an alert. Or maybe you... Did you follow the stream? Thanks for that, by the way. Did you follow the stream while I was in my starting scene accidentally? And it got lost that way? I have no idea. Well, if there's someone else who isn't yet following the stream, please do so. Make sure that you get notified when I go online. And if you follow now, I can see if my alerts are still working. But that's not really important right now. I think, yeah, I'll be back in about half an hour. And then we'll continue with another round of co-working. So I'll see you in a bit. And I'm back. Hello, everyone. Who needs heating? If you can have jalapeno leek soup, this is going to keep me warm for a while. And I made myself some fresh tea as well. Some nice herbal fruit infusion. Could have made myself a coffee, but I thought of that too late. And now I'll have to empty that tea first. And I'll have coffee after that. So, okay. Now, if you've just joined us, this is a co-working stream in which I'm doing my work and I invite you to do your own. While the Pomodoro timer is running, we'll do 50 minutes work followed by 10 minutes break. And I hope I'm going to get some work done that way. With you keeping me accountable, not allowing me to leave my chair, except for the most important things. So that's why I started this stream earlier today, and I'm going to continue throughout the afternoon. If you'd like, pop into chat, say hello. If you'd like to share something, feel free to do so. But let's keep it on topic a little bit. This is a DevOps and SRE live stream after all, even though I'm doing all kinds of work now. At the moment, for example, I'm coming up with a new pricing scheme for our managed hosting platform, which is part of my responsibilities as well. I'm not just doing technical stuff. And that's what I'm going to continue during our next session. If you'd like to put your own tasks on the task list that is on screen, then simply use the !task command to add, and the !done command to check it off again. That way we can see what everyone's working on. It's a little bit more interactive, a little bit more interesting. So if you're not working on something very secret, then please share it on the task list. And if you're doing something that you don't want to share, you can be as vague as you want. And so even if you just write next task or get stuff done, that's fine as well. And I still have my task about the pricing on the list anyway, so that's what I'm going to continue. And I'd say let's go into the next round and we'll talk in 50 minutes. All right, see you then. Break time! Still not finished with my pricing work. It's pretty extensive. I ended up refactoring, you could say, refactoring the whole spreadsheet that contains our pricing models and stuff. So yeah, it's not really DevOps work, but it needs to be done if you want to charge your customers properly. What are you working on? Are you just watching me suffer? or are you doing work yourself? If you like, add your tasks to the task list using the !task command, and once you're finished, enter !done. Temperature's gone a little bit down since I opened the window properly. Weather is still nice outside. There's no sign of rain. A little bit cloudy, but let me check the updated weather report. Maybe the weather will draw me outside after all. Nah. Still rain. Yeah, probability of rain is still above 70%, so I think I have everything in the house that I need, regardless if it's a can of beer or a tub of ice cream, so no real need to leave the house. Maybe I'll do a little bit of a personal karate class with my son to get some exercise. Other than that, I'm continually working on the pricing spreadsheet. Once in a while interrupted by an on-call alert, but so far it's never been something too serious. Most of the alerts were temporary, fortunately. Good to see that someone else is working as well, Connie. Thank you for that. Working on a couple of tiny features and 2 misbehaviors, not quite bugs. Misbehavior, that's a cute term as well. I should use that more often. We have a misbehavior in our code. That's nice. I have to push the update today. Deadlines. Curse and a blessing too. I guess, at least if you're someone like me who gets distracted quite easily by the odd shiny thing or something that needs to be done immediately, like changing my task management system or something like that, it's good to have a deadline. If it puts you under too much pressure, though, it's not really great. Swampcat, thanks for the follow. Good to see that my alert is working after all. Give me just a sec. The microphone doesn't really mute. Why doesn't it mute? I'll mute it manually. Why does the mute button not work? Let me see. We are in Coworking. Mute. Oh yes, there is a problem. Apparently I renamed the microphone source. Where is it? Ah, I think it's now just called microphone, right? Let's see if this works. And now I can't unmute it with the button. Let me check. We need a different action here. But wait, that must be set up properly somewhere. Oh, it's a two-step thing. And ugh. I'll have to do that everywhere, right? Okay. That's why you shouldn't rename stuff. That's going to be work. That's not going to be too much work because I can copy the button Let's do that right away. No, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I want to copy this here and again. Here and again here. That should do it, right? Yeah, I guess so. Now let's see. Does mute work? Yep, works again. Good. Connie says, but I just hate debugging on embedded systems. Yeah, they'll make it a little bit harder to get into down into the lower layers, I guess. What kind of embedded system are you working on? I've implemented debug levels, so I can just send a serial command to see minimal, some more, or all of the debug prints. Okay, makes sense. Are you then accessing the device via USB? Or through an actual serial interface? An old school serial interface? I still remember working with industrial automation equipment. Must have been end of the 90s, start of the 2000s, where you had to, those were some Siemens automation systems that had to be programmed. I'd forgotten about that. Fond memories. I see, ESP32s. Of course, that's the standard nowadays, I guess. Sim 800 modules. Not familiar with them. Are those sim as in simulator? The only kind of automation in the hardware sense I'm doing is my smart home here. Everything's controlled by Home Assistant and using Companion on my Stream Deck. USB to UART for flashing and regular UART between modules. Yeah, that's basically how my custom keyboards work here as well. Oh, SIM modules for cellular. Okay, I see. So they have mobile data access as well, just like cars nowadays. Makes sense. Ooh. That bot is a harsh mistress. I guess it's back to work then. But hey, we can keep chatting. I'll have an eye on chat, so no worries about that. Can be a little bit interactive, but we still need to focus. I do too. So yeah, I'll be back to round 4. Maybe our last one. Let's see. Let's do this first. I'll talk to you on the other side. Break time. Can I call my task done finally? I guess. Almost. Almost. Still working stuff out. Getting prices right is really an art. I'm pretty sure there's quite a bunch of DevOps problems that I would have solved much earlier and much quicker than this. But I'm poring over this spreadsheet and trying to make sense of stuff, and yeah, it's really confusing how other companies, especially competitors, price their stuff. Hey Scott, how you doing? Of course, yeah, I'm trying to hit a balance between charging enough so that it makes sense to run the whole service, and on the other hand, not go completely overboard. And striking that balance is really hard because you can easily underprice yourself, especially if you price by gut feeling. And on the other hand, if you do it too statically, I think especially if you go into higher tiers of a service where you have lots of gigabytes and lots of CPUs and stuff, if you don't apply some kind of a discount, then those prices simply explode and aren't realistic anymore. And so, yeah, I'm trying to do some kind of value-based pricing, but with a foundation of what it actually costs to run that stuff. I'm not making too much sense, I'm afraid, but yeah, that's why I'm struggling with this spreadsheet. Connie said, I managed to push 2 commits, trying to teach myself not only pushing at the end of the day, but also in between. So I have separate commits for each feature, bug fix, whatever. That's a good strategy. And that's a good habit to make. I've started to do quite frequent commits, because you can always squash commits together before you push them. I usually always do a rebase before I push something, and if I have a lot of partial commits and disparate stuff, then I'll squash them down to a handful of commits that make sense and are in themselves self-contained, and that then results in quite a nice commit history. And committing often also helps with running into dead ends. I caught myself oftentimes, especially when I'm writing course material, that I do a whole bunch of edits, and this paragraph goes here and that section moves further down, and in the end then I realize I'm missing a section. I deleted a section without pasting it at its target destination, and then I have to write it again because I didn't commit in between. And so I try to make committing frequently a habit. I even have a Tmux keybind, which gets me a window, a terminal window with lazy git open, so I can quickly enter a commit message and commit everything. And as I said, I can clean these things up at the end anyway. Scott says, I commit every 1 hour or so once I have something I'm working in a working state. Branches, ticket strategy. is a key for keeping everything well managed. Yep, makes sense. And Connie says, I used to think that it doesn't make sense to commit for a dozen or so lines, but it's really great to roll back to an exact point and not having to partially roll back and then comment out what came after what I need. Exactly. And as I said, if the end result is too fragmented, you can always do a rebase and move commits around and squash them together in a sensible way. The other way around is harder, I think. If you make massive commits, even if you don't lose stuff in between, splitting those up into more of a topical commit where you say, okay, that's the changes to, say, CSS, and these are the changes to the code, this is this part of the code, and this is the part of the CSS that's related to the code, as opposed to the other code and the other related CSS to that code. That's a lot harder, because then you have to parse your files and say, okay, which part was related to which change again? And so I think it's much more handy to make frequent commits, but in the end do a little bit of housekeeping and squash stuff together that belongs together. Connie says, though I still use branches because I'm basically the only dev on my team, so my PC is the dev branch and GitHub for prod. Yeah, that makes sense too. I mean, there are people who are proponents of trunk-based commits, which means you don't even do any branches, and you simply then push your changes, and changes that aren't yet ready for production get hidden behind something like a feature flag, for example, so that your main branch, your trunk, is always up to date and has all the latest changes, even if some of them aren't yet in effect. And that's definitely a strategy that sometimes is possible as well. In my case, I could apply that to our customer dashboard, which is a web application where I do frequently use feature flags, and I can simply have a flag disabled completely while I'm working on that feature, but still push it to prod. But for example, with our infrastructure code, where we need very strict versioning, that's not possible. So if I'm working on a new version, I can only push these changes to trunk, to main, once they're finished. And until then, they'll live in a feature branch. So it depends on the situation, but in both cases, I think frequent commits do make sense. And yeah. All right, we've finished our fourth Pomodoro round. I've been going at things for quite a while, mostly working on my pricing stuff, unfortunately, but it's not really surprising, because most of my work at the moment is a result of last week's strategy meeting that I had with my business partner, and we made a lot of decisions regarding pricing, regarding product structure, regarding new features and things like that. So I guess there's a bunch of planning to do first before we can then go and implement stuff. That's the reality in a small team, especially if it's a owner-based business and or an owner-operated business. And so there are days like this where I'm more working on strategic things or more on product management than on DevOps stuff. I do enjoy both sides, to be honest. If everything is, if everything isn't at the correct amount, I wouldn't want to do 2 weeks of just pricing and product management in a row. I need to get into my NeoVim once in a while, but doing the strategic stuff is, well, necessary and thankfully not too bad either. Scott asks, how does your workday run out? Do you work based off of work done or hours? It depends. Since I'm in full control of my schedule, I sometimes decide on how I feel. It might be that I go down in a dip after lunch or something like that, and I might end the day early because there's no use in forcing myself to do something that I'm not up to anymore. But mostly I try to do a 9 to 5 and fill that with as effective work as possible. That's in part, or that's the main reason that I'm doing this co-working stream, because I really wanted to force myself today to do the stuff that's necessary, to not let myself out easily and get things done. It's 2:30 here now, so yeah, it's nearing end of the workday anyway, and I might let myself leave a little bit early today, but that's because I've been working in a very focused way since the morning, and so I'm happy with what I've achieved, and so I might do a little bit more stuff, maybe look into my email and make sure nothing's in there that's important or urgent, at least. Yeah, I might have to write a few more email responses. But other than that, I'm happy with what I've achieved so far. So I try to keep myself basically at a 9 to 5 rhythm, because that makes sure that I don't overdo things and run into burnout. It's happened more than once during my career. And on the other hand, I try to do proper planning, proper prioritization, so I spend my time on the stuff that really moves the needle and is not just busy work. And if possible, I'll also try and mix it up between engineering work and business side of things, so it's a little bit more interesting than simply focusing on the same thing over and over and over. That's a nice thing when you are free to do what you deem necessary, I guess. But it requires a little bit of discipline. And since sometimes I'm lacking that discipline, I did this co-working stream. So I'm really appreciative that you joined me today and kept me accountable. Connie says, even though I work for a big company, I'm quite free in my small team, so sometimes work just a few hours. Sometimes I'm sitting from morning to 1 to 2 at night. Oh yeah, I remember doing that as well, when I'm feeling good and at the point where the code just keeps flowing. I mean, isn't that the best way to do things? Especially in your situation where you are employed even by a big company, where there are often very narrow constraints on what you can do or what you are expected to do. And so if it's possible to leave early because it's just not your day today, that's amazing. And being able to say, hey, it just works today, it's just... it's one thing after another, and I really don't want to stop. That's great as well. Don't overdo it though. If you do work 10, 12, 14-hour days, well, yeah, make it singular. Do it once in a while, but don't do it too often, because in the end you might burn out, and you might not even know why, because it all felt naturally and it actually felt good. Yeah. And I mean, Scott is making a good point as well. In that scenario, would you then be compensated for your time? Doesn't that impact how you are able to focus the next day? Or are you just able to come in late after doing a night shift? Because that's a situation we have. My business is managed hosting. And since we are a very small team, basically just 2 people doing the technical stuff, including me, I'm on call at night every 2 weeks. And if there is something more serious at night that I need to get up, I might not be able to fall asleep again. And that definitely will mean that I'll have to start my day late the next day. Yeah, that's something that you should take into account as well. Okay. Connie says, don't have fixed hours, so I can just not work for days in a row when no deadlines are too soon. That's amazing. That's basically almost like in a self-employed situation. It might actually be better because you don't have to make sure that work keeps coming in. And so, yeah, I would pretty much hold on to that job, I guess. That's amazing. Congratulations for scoring such a great job. And you're studying at the same time. Tipping my hat to you. That's amazing. I'm really happy for you. Cool stuff. Scott says, well, I'm in a startup, so I'm the opposite. It's all go. Yeah, when 9 to 5 is the absolute minimum.
Launch mode. We are at DEFCON 1. DEFCON 1.
Jarona raiding us. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. Hey, viewers, if you want to defend the channel, use the !defend command. And raiders, if you like, use the !attack command. Welcome. I hope you had a great stream, Jaron. What were you doing? What have you been doing? Let's see. Hello, Jerome. How you doing? I hope I'm not butchering your name. So welcome to Monospace Mentor. That's me. I'm a DevOps veteran, as you can see from the color of my beard. And I own a managed hosting company that I run with a friend. And so most of my work is somewhere in the DevOps/SRE space, but today, for example, I've been doing a co-working stream because I really had to nail myself into that chair to do some product management and price calculations, which is still okay, but it's not as much fun as working in NeoVim and pushing out code. So I decided to do a co-working stream to get some accountability buddies in the form of my viewers. And yeah, that's what I've been doing since morning. And we've just about wrapped up our last Pomodoro round and are just chatting a little bit. So if there's anything that you'd like to share, if there's anything that you'd like to ask, go ahead and do so in chat. I'm more than happy to have conversation. Connie got caught by the auto mod. saying the mystical grey neckbeard Linux veteran that streams from CLI and ASCII. Yeah, I think that neckbeard got flagged. Maybe I can actually allow that, because yeah, I don't mind that term at all. Usually, especially if it's meant endearingly, like it was from you. And hey, yeah, definitely CLI and ASCII. That channel, the whole channel design isn't green by accident. I mean, I am definitely a neckbeard. I started programming in 1984, saw my first Linux terminal in 1993, and have been in that space ever since. Learned more than a dozen programming languages and did a lot of both individual contributor work as well as IT management work. And so yeah, that's a bunch of experience, a few decades of suffering that I can draw from. I think my work on my pricing spreadsheet is only now getting a little bit more interesting, because I started to apply automation to it by introducing a few base values for price per gigabyte and price per vCPU and things like that. And now I'm going to restructure that spreadsheet to do a rough calculation based on resources and mark up percentages and things like that, so that I can simply modify a base value and the whole spreadsheet will change. That kind of, I mean, you could call it programming, even if it's just with numbers. That's fun again. So I'm just entering that stage when I realized, hey, I'm making changes to so many cells here to make sense of them. Maybe I should go back to the roots and try and introduce a few base values and then calculate everything from there. And we'll do a little bit of spreadsheet magic to get to our proper pricing. We'll see. I will keep you informed in my upcoming live streams. You can feel free to ask me about the pricing spreadsheet next time I'm online. Scott says,
it's a Unix system. I know this.
Thanks for the follow, Collie. I really appreciate it. Scott says, dealing with a race condition at the moment, worst kind of issue, when everything works but won't let itself work. Yeah, and oftentimes really hard to debug too. Connie says, I switched from Windows XP, the best Windows. Yeah. I did use Windows NT, not sure, did I use XP as well? Because around that time I then switched to Linux. Didn't do much Windows beyond that. And when I got fed up with Linux, having to change configurations all the time, struggling with keeping my graphics card working and things like that in around the early 2000s, I decided to switch to Mac because everything seemed to work, and it did work, actually. It worked. Everything worked very nicely. Everything was very uniform, because that's what Apple enforced, and I guess has been enforcing. And everything worked really. You could really see that the software was built for the hardware, and so I enjoyed that for quite a while. But around 2020, I got fed up because Apple is narrowing constraints more and more, and with all the sandboxing and other limitations, and things weren't as reliable anymore as I was used to. And so I said, okay, let's try Windows again. There are developers using Windows, so there must be something that you can do. And there's WSL, the Windows subsystem for Linux, so I can still have my Linux shell and things like that. But on top of that, I get proper hardware support for NVIDIA cards and things like that, so yeah, I can do gaming as well. So I installed Windows 11, and then I realized, hey, I could actually dual boot into Linux to do proper Linux work. So I go to Windows when I need to do some graphical work or other businessy stuff, or if I want to play games, but then I can boot into Linux if it's a DevOps day. And not long after, I realized I'm not booting into Windows again because I can do everything on Linux now. I was able to do my DevOps stuff, of course, but also use stuff like Steam and Lutris to get games running, like World of Warcraft or something like that. And then I realized, okay, instead of booting Windows for the last holdouts, like the Affinity Graphics suite, I can simply spawn a VM and access my Windows-only software in that VM, and that's how I ended up running Linux full-time. I've been running Linux, in my case, Bluefin, for years now. And NVIDIA support has become pretty solid as well. And I haven't even booted into my Windows VM for quite some time. Most of the time I do it to do some, to run software that's only available for Windows, that's necessary for some of my hardware. If I have to do a firmware update for some piece of hardware or something like that. Other than that, I can do everything from Linux, and I'm very happy being back and with an atomic or immutable, or however you want to call it, a distribution like Bluefin, which is based on Fedora Silverblue. Updates aren't an issue either. I haven't run into issues in ages that I couldn't solve with rebooting into the previous setup. So yeah, really happy. Ooh, Foxbait is also a Silverblue user. That's great. That's great. Yeah, I love Bluefin especially because it has the reliability of Silverblue. It's since it's Fedora based, it's pretty up to date anyway. But Bluefin also adds homebrew support out of the box, has extensive Flatpak integration, everything out of the box. So it's basically an upgrade on top of Silverblue. And so if you haven't tried it, Foxbit, try and rebase to Bluefin and give it a try. I'm pretty sure you'll like it. Connie says, even though I didn't live through the early days of Linux, it seems to have been such a pain when you had to configure everything yourself. Even GPU support became good only like a decade ago, and NVIDIA still has some problems. Yeah, I mean, about 20 years ago, I started doing IT management. Also, well, in general, my work and my attitude to work became more serious, and I just couldn't stand it if I did an upgrade and suddenly my machine wasn't working anymore, and now I had to spin up a second machine to go into a browser and find out what broke and how to get my what changes I had to do to my XF86 config to get my monitor or my graphics card working again. And these kinds of interruptions I really did not like. And for the same reason, I also switched to Fedora. After ditching Windows, or the first Linux distribution that I dual booted with Windows a few years ago was Manjaro. And I really liked the up-to-dateness that it got from Arch. But eventually my installation broke because some package didn't get updated with its dependencies. So the dependencies somehow got updated, but the package in question, I think it was Vagrant, didn't. And so Vagrant stopped working, which is a no-no for me because our infrastructure test suite uses Vagrant to spin up VMs and test our infrastructure code on real Linux VMs. And when that didn't work, it really threw a wrench into things. And so that's when I decided, okay, maybe I can find something even more reliable. And that's when I decided to try out Fedora Silverblue. I enjoyed that. And when Bluefin came out, I simply did a rebase to Bluefin, which took just a few minutes. And then I had that. And now I'm using, for example, Homebrew extensively to get all the command line tools in an up-to-date version. Even especially when they're not supplied by Fedora itself, but also Homebrew is almost all the time more up to date than Fedora, even with the packages that Fedora provides. So I'm very happy with it, and it's a lot of fun working on such a developer-friendly Linux distribution. Yeah, now they're coming out of the woodwork, of course. Connie's saying basically, I use Arch, by the way. Foxbit saying it literally. BlendOS, interesting. It's Arch Linux, atomic and immutable. Of course, yeah, there has to be an Arch derivative that's immutable as well. Why wouldn't it exist? I don't think I've ever heard of BlendOS, actually. Does it have such a niche existence? Interesting. I'll save myself a bookmark. Arch Linux made declarative, immutable, and atomic. Declarative, even. With Android app support and Fedora, Debian, CentOS Stream, and Ubuntu containers available. Those interactive containers, like DistroBox or Toolbox, are amazing as well. Those really helped in the early days of using Fedora Silverblue, being able to spin up another distribution without having it isolated in a VM really is also a great thing. I'm still using that for software that I just get as, for example, Debian packages. So I use Morgan.so as my calendaring and scheduling software. And while they offer an RPM, I decided not to use the rather forced way of adding RPMs to an immutable Fedora distribution. So I simply have a DistroBox running Ubuntu where I install the Morgan Deb package, and that works nicely as well. That's exactly what I thought when I read it, Foxbit. When I read declarative, I was about to say, so it has NixOS-like functionality built in as well, which makes it even more interesting. NixOS is really interesting. However, I'm still holding out, despite my business partner being a great fan of NixOS, because it feels a little bit... how would I put it? Not proprietary, of course, but it's very specific. It's it's basically a universe by itself, and it's a very powerful one, and certainly a very capable one. But I'm afraid of spending a lot of time writing my Nix configuration and suffering through Flake setup and home manager setup and all these things, only to realize 2 years later, okay, now I can throw all that away because I don't like NixOS anymore for some reason, and now I have to do everything manually with whatever, Arch again, or something like that. I'd rather get myself more automation if I felt it necessary by using something portable like Ansible, for example. So if I want to ditch Fedora, I can simply switch to Ubuntu and, sorry for hitting the microphone, Ubuntu and still using Ansible to apply my home directory setup or things like that. I have to admit, using Chemois as my .files manager gets me most of the way to where I want to be anyway. Connie says, I feel like NixOS is one of these things that you have to really get into and revolve your whole life around it. Like many Arch users with their NeoVim configs. That's how I feel as well. Technically, it's definitely a great thing and it does great stuff. I just don't want to tie myself to something that is so specific and can't be applied to any alternative approach, if you know what I mean. Foxbit is confident that BlendOS is my next system. We'll see. I mean, Android app support, for example, is also nice. When I ditched the Mac, it didn't take me long to also ditch the iPhone, mainly because it got far too expensive for my taste. So I'm rocking a Fairphone now with Android on it. And so having Android app support on my desktop would be nice too. I'll definitely have a look at BlendOS. That sounds interesting. Should I ever fall out of love with Bluefin, that might be my plan B. Alright, since we are not doing work anyway, we can get rid of that task list. Foxbit switched to Nothing last month. Nothing is quite the new brand, isn't it? It's phones and earbuds and all kinds of stuff. Only heard of it in passing, though. Are you happy? Connie says, what I really like is if I decide to switch distros at any time and just use almost all of my configs from Arch on most other systems. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's why I've put a lot of love into setting up my .files with Chemois. And they're public, so feel free to take a look. And I could simply apply that on any Linux distribution. If there's a Chemois binary, which shouldn't be a problem because it's, I think, written in Go, I can keep my .files just like they are. Nothing phone, 120 Hz Snapdragon, 6.7 inch OLED display, €279. That's a steal. That's far less than I even paid for the Fairphone. And I found that price even very comfortable. Because it was only half of what you'd pay for an iPhone. But $279 is almost, again, half of what I paid for my Fairphone, I think. Wow, impressive. Connie is a minimalist. Still have a button phone for day-to-day things. Wow. Look at that. No, I'm I'm not someone who would go back to the olden days. Even though I was quite tempted by the Titan 2 that's been released recently by a company in China, I think, which is basically a new version of what back in the day was the BlackBerry. So it's a pretty chunky phone, actually, with hardware buttons. And having hardware buttons is something that I really look fondly back on. I used a Nokia 61, I think, was it? And I really did enjoy having hardware buttons on my phone. Connie says, having to charge only once a week is awesome. Yeah, I do enjoy that with my watch. When I ditched the iPhone, of course, I had to ditch the Apple Watch that I had as well, even though it was an older version. I didn't upgrade all that often. So I went without a smartwatch for quite a while, and now I got myself a Garmin smartwatch, and being able to just charge that watch every week is really comfortable, really convenient. I would go back to a Walkman as well, or at least to an iPod. I pretty much am in the process of switching to owning my stuff again, not relying on streaming platforms anymore that much, and having a piece of kit that I can simply upload my videos or my music files to. That's definitely something I'm having an eye out for. If there's a good music player that can play MP3s and FLACs and things like that, so with support for up-to-date compression that you can recommend, feel free to post that in chat. Connie says, I tried one of these smart armband watches, but switched back to mechanical watches after half a year. Yeah, I still have a mechanical watch as well. Where are we? It's 4 o'clock, so I think I'm going to wrap things up. This has been a lot of fun. This has been great, not only because I got a lot of work done, but also because our chats are so great. So if you don't yet follow the stream, please do so you get a notification when I'm back next time, which might be tomorrow, or at least on Thursday, when there's my next actually scheduled stream. And there will be a stream on Friday as well. On Friday I do office hours, which means I don't come with my own stuff. I just lean back and let you viewers ask questions, and then I try to answer them as best I can. That's why I kind of limit the topics to DevOps and SRE questions, system administration, software engineering, that kind of stuff. So if you have any questions that you'd like to ask me, pop by on Friday afternoon at 2 p.m. Irish time, which is 3 p.m. European Continental Time, or Central European Time. And thank you for joining me. Thank you for keeping me accountable. Thank you for making sure that I do the stuff that I need to do. And we'll see what I'm going to do on Thursday. There might be more DevOps stuff. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to do either infrastructure coding or maybe doing the final touches to PubMox, which is the public Proxmox setup that will be available to members of my membership community. If you are not familiar with that, my membership community is called The Server Room, and it's a community that basically has the goal of helping people get into DevOps and making progress in DevOps and SRE. And there are a lot of perks to being a member. Not only is there access to my course materials or even to my cohort-based courses. In September, we're going to launch a beginner's Linux course, followed by probably an advanced Linux course as well, which we are going to do over a bunch of weeks together with, so it's going to be instructor-led. We'll have weekly meetings where we can discuss the stuff that we've been doing. And yeah, not only is it learning materials and stuff that you'll have access to, but also events like tonight's community hangout. We always have a community hangout, usually on the second Tuesday of the month. But since I was traveling last week, we had to postpone it by a week. So tonight we're going to do the July community hangout of the server room, where people simply join a video call and then we chat about whatever comes to mind. It's always a lot of fun, and I already have a can of beer in the fridge for that. There are other sessions as well, like member hot seats, where someone can bring a challenge that they have and maybe a kind of a solution that they're thinking about, and the other community members can then chime in and make suggestions or ask questions, stuff like that, which is always great fun as well. Lots of stuff, so check it out at theserverroom.sh. And that's it from me for today. Thanks to Jerome for the raid, and I hope you had a lot of fun joining us over here. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow or on Thursday, not sure yet. Follow the stream to get a notification when I have made up my mind. And until then, take care.